faz parte do ritual da CI.
It seems that it is part of our rights to let the bottles fall on the floor. So people, let's start our first table. It's about infrastructure, the general topic, infrastructure and internet access, and we will specifically speak about an open and accessible internet. So we will start with Alexandre Veronese from the University of Brasilia. So please sit down for us to start. Good morning, everyone. Before starting, I'd like to greet the table and thank you for this invitation to be here. It's a pleasure to be here at the ninth SSIG. I'd like to thank Luca Pelli and Olga Cavalli and also Bruno Ramos and Gustavo Gindri. This is a short presentation because Olga has sent us this email and she told us that the idea would be that we had short presentations so that we could have a debate afterwards. So the topic and the theme of my presentation is this: broadband infrastructure challenges and legal issues for emerging countries. Of course, I will speak about the Brazilian standpoint. Of course, I will have a Brazilian point of view because it's an institutional environment and I know this for sure. So this is not news. Last year in the Economic Forum of Davos, CBS has released this paper that was discussing this fourth industrial revolution, and we have this challenge now. We have been living this challenge in several different countries across the world. That is the change in the production systems, and it's based in two great lines, I could say. First, this considerable increase of connectivity. So we have to speak about that. We have to debate that. We urge to debate that, and we have discussions going on in several different countries. And on the other hand, something that we have been living also in our social and productive systems, that is the increase of automation, physical and industrial, and also logic automation. You can notice that in the banking systems, operation systems, and this is the phenomenon that we call big data. So this UBS report, it poses four important questions that we have to debate in this scenario, and we have to include this in the legal debate and regulatory debate. And Professor Bruno Ramos is here to see how ITU is facing this and how the debate is going on in this multilateral sphere. And of course, we should include the national perspective. Today, the Brazilian National Congress must vote this bill for regulating Uber. So it shows that this kind of theme, how we are going to adapt to the automation of our system, is a debate going on in several different countries. And from my academic point of view, it's also a very interesting topic to study and compare. So the first big question is this adaptability of our workforce and people, and also national rules involving labor. and regarded to this new productive order. So we have this long trajectory of the labor sociologists who have been discussing this since the 70s about these new productive forms. So it's an old debate, but it's interesting that we are now renewing that and opening new fields of debates. How the national fields and how business will adapt to this new legal framework and new scenario as well. And also, I'd like to speak about the usability of the labor force. This debate is very dear to me because uh, it also concerns the capacity of the institution, Brazilian institution that deals with technology and education. So how our national systems will empower themselves so that we are able to flow in this new scenario and that we could profit from this new productive scenario and how we could also reduce some problems that crop up from this scenario. And the third matter is related to infrastructure development, in fact. So the regulatory policies, not only in Brazil but also international, how to develop our Brazilian network and also the international network so that the countries are able to develop themselves in this new economic environment that will, of course, increase the demand of connectivity. And the fourth challenge that I think that is a broader matter, that is the legal systems, how we are going to create new legal systems, effective and well designed, so that we are able to improve our national legal systems and that they become secure in this new scenario and safe. So, of course, there's a correlation here between this mobile infrastructure and the national legal systems. So how could we figure out how to debate something? Because we have these contact points concerning these two debates. And I have spoken to Bruno, and Bruno said that he was going to use this report, the ITU report at UNESCO about broadband. It was they did this broad survey, it's a very interesting study, and it tries to establish and bring information so that we are able to establish correlations. This is my idea for this debate here, trying to establish correlations between the demands on one side and the demand of connectivity, and on the other side about the legal systems. Of course, we have different challenges for the legal systems. It's not a matter of technological determinism. It's not that we have to adapt our legal system to adapt to this new scenario, not and the opposite is also not true. So we should find contact points to start this debate. And I believe that the demands for infrastructure in the national legal systems, they could be summed up in two big questions. First one is how to deploy and upgrade the current infrastructure in order to provide more and better wireless access. So in order to improve the connectivity and increase the wireless access. So on the other hand, I also believe that this is a very interesting question, how to provide a positive relation, a symbiosis between carriers and OTT enterprises without compromising the necessary competition. The companies that we call the application companies, for instance, how we are going to build this bridge. If these are demands, and if we don't solve these two questions, two matters that we have to solve from the technological standpoint, but also from the legal standpoint. And on the other side, the legal systems, they also create their own questions, and I'm trying to sum up them into great axis of demand of this national legal system for infrastructure. How can we build an effective legal treatment of the OTT and their relation with the traditional carriers and other companies and services? So this is the first great matter. Uber, for instance, is something, as we have been discussing, something that comes not only in Brazil, but it has been generating a lot of debate, legal debates related to this, how we're going to establish this kind of regulation. And on the other side, how can we design privacy laws and regulation to protect consumers on one hand, to, and we have some international models in international debate about privacy, and also to protect the consumers and citizens. I think this is paramount that we think about this element, this human element. That is, technology and technological development can't forget about people who use them. So it's key that we are able to locate this question, and we try to balance that. So of course I didn't bring any answer. My goal is that we debate about that. So I'm not bringing any answer, ready-made answer. So I'm only giving you questions, and we should debate about that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alexandre, for bringing this questions and this matter or how the legal system is going to adapt to the internet infrastructure demands. So now I'll give the floor to Gustavo Gindri, a journalist from the Federal University in Rio. Good morning, everyone. The morning is always difficult to me. We have just waken up. I was born to work at night, but I would like to thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be participating of this privileged space. I don't know you, but I imagine that you come from different backgrounds and also different countries. So this is the richness of an encounter like that, and I think that we could profit from this debate. So I have so little time that I'm not even able to say my name, but I'd like to talk about this single idea, this single aspect for us to discuss. And this aspect starts with the concept of human rights. I think this is the focus of what I would like to bring to this discussion. So human rights, they have this universal character, but they are also historical features. They evolve, they change, they broaden themselves. But let's talk about the material standpoint. If we think about the 20th century, we have incorporated a series of achievements, technological achievements with human rights. So if this debate, if us here were debating in the end of the 19th century and beginning of the 20th century, this matter about electrification, this need to guarantee that every household would have electric power, it could be posed as a matter of human rights because deep down you were creating this big gap between people who had this access to electric power and people who didn't have that, were dividing the society. And today, this is a pacified matter, and we understand that the public power has to have policies so that people can access electric power, even those families that don't have income enough to pay for that. So we have a series of mechanisms and tools that were created over the 20th century to deal with that. Also about sanitation, it was another achievement from humanity.
I was reading a very interesting text on Rome, on the Roman Empire the other day, and historians usually write that one of the reasons that caused Rome to collapse, one of the reasons was that in Rome there was no technical knowledge for that. It couldn't guarantee that 1 million people living together um, would have access to drainage. So it would use up the other resources. So if you didn't have access to basic sanitation policies, you couldn't guarantee that to Rome. So human rights have to do with conquers to human beings. Why am I tripping that much? Apparently, it's nothing to do with the internet. Because in the history moment we are going through, the historical demand, we need to build the guarantee to internet access as an assignable human right. Communication is one of the characteristics that allows us to recognize ourselves as a species. If we cannot communicate, if we cannot exchange knowledge and accumulate knowledge, um, the dog is always the first. The rabbit is always the first. They inherit by instinct, but they don't inherit culturally. We, on the other hand, we're always on the shoulder of past generations. So the possibility we have to produce, um, exchange, and store knowledge is one of the key elements that makes us a species. Such characteristic is expressed in the 21st century through technology we call internet, which is mutable. The internet we have today is not the internet we had 20 years ago, and it's probably not the internet we're gonna have 20 years from now. I would say the internet is more of a process than a thing. The access to this process nowadays is one of the key elements to guarantee our human right to communication. So I think that's the key element for the debate on an accessible and open internet. It is a core element to guarantee communication. Having said that, how long have I got left? Oh God, time's up. Having said that, there's a number of things we can discuss. Strategies to uh, make this human right concrete. Well, I have 4 minutes left, and this task cannot be assigned to the market. Of course, the market is not going to be able to universalize access to internet, especially in countries such as ours, which is deeply uh, with high inequality rates, where basic human rights are not guaranteed. So, if you don't want to broaden the gap of exclusion between those who have internet access, then we have a vicious cycle. People do not have access to internet, and they can't even develop their economic capacities to develop themselves, and then they don't have resources, they don't have money, they don't have access to internet, and then there's a vicious cycle, which is the exclusion cycle. If you want to break this cycle, we need to set out public policies that guarantee internet access, and they go beyond the market. It is clear that the market will not be able to address this challenge for the 21st century. Unfortunately, this has been the case, the practice that many governments have put into practice, which is very clear here in Brazil. We're going to have a gap. We're going to have an unbreakable gap, and 30% of the Brazilian population in the world, maybe even more, or around that, without access to internet, and we're going to have serious problems in the 21st century. As a friend of mine says, I'm not worried about the 21st century. I'm worried about, are we really going to make it to the 22nd century? So this regards the policies that the state has to develop in order to guarantee access to the net as a fundamental expression of human culture. And this is a card game that we have to play. We can think of, for example, the public administration. We can think of policies as structural separation policies, where they try to maximize certain market strategies in order to broaden access, considering that you do not own the infrastructure, but it is fostered to sell this infrastructure to other competitors. We have examples in the trail industry, and we have the trail owner and the wagon owner. They're gonna come up with 1,000 difficulties to lease that to other competitors. If we're going to separate both, on the other hand, they're going to be economically fostered to put more people in the wagon because they have different businesses. So there's a number of policies that should be um, adopted. Down here in Brazil, we are currently having, or we're currently having the possibility of using Eletrobras, a public company, in the core of this strategy. So what we wanted to bring to the table, regardless of strategies, I know they're possible only in certain contexts, but the core idea I want to bring here today is, if we leave things just up and exclusively to the market, we will be broadening the gap, and we're going to have serious problems on the 21st century. We need public policies of universalization of internet access, full universalization. Here in Brazil, we consider broadband if it's not dial-up access. So you say that the subject is digitally included because they have access to 256K, 1 mega, and the other guy on the other side of the ocean has like 50 megs. This is not a full access to people. Full access assumes that there's audio and visual aspects. That's the way ahead for internet. I wrote down many other topics: network neutrality, politics neutrality, the fostering of content production. I think states have to incorporate that. You don't not only do you consume, but you produce content. There's a number of public policies that can be developed. In Brazil, we had in a given moment cultural points, which was reasonably successful in this capacity of creating uh, uh, tools to simulate people to use content on the internet. But this is what I like to focus on. I think this is paramount to guarantee internet as a materialization of human rights to communication. Thank you. Thank you for remembering that infrastructure, a free, open infrastructure, goes to the guarantee of human rights for universal access. I think it's critical for us to debate this here. Now, um, Bruno Ramos takes the floor. Good morning. How do you do? After one night in Rio, How are you doing? It is an honor to be here again with you guys. I'm going to speak a little bit. Gustavo just talked about public policies. I believe that the topic is not restricted to a market that will set out the order for us to have an accessible internet for all. I think that in my presentation, I'm going to try and discuss our goals as countries that discuss where we want to go, in the next 15 years. So I'm going to start talking about our goals, which also relate to an accessible free internet for all. For me, this is not even negotiable, not even open for discussion. And then, what are some of the problems? It's very hard to talk to you in a general fashion. I'm going to talk about part of the problems we have today. And within these problems, these issues, how states can suggest public policies so we can address the issues we have. Okay? That's my presentation. The goals, the issues we now have to access internet, and etc. Some of the problems are not the solution or the whole solution for the problems we have, and how we can, through public policies, address such issues. Okay. I'm not sure if you guys know about ODS. Does anybody know? The sustainable, uh, goals, the SDGs. Well, down over there, people don't know. They're not listening. The SDGs are the 17 goals of countries that were in the United Nations in 2015, set out for the next 15 years. This is after the Millennium Objectives, Millennium Goals that were set out in 2015. So the UN member countries in September 2015 created an agenda for the next 15 years. These are the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. This is my first part of the presentation. Sometimes I think that we are somehow looking for short-term solutions. It is important to have long-term objectives because what it is important to know, for example, what is the international agenda of the SDGs as well. So these are the objectives, the goals the countries agreed to in 2015, with goals, objectives, figures for the next 15 years until 2030. Countries are going to work for that. So the first objective is fighting poverty. Then we have the issue, for example, of SDG 9, for example. Yes. Which is the infrastructure part to foster inclusion and industrialization and foster innovation as well. Goal 9 is one of the goals that include the telecommunication, the TICs, as a base for development. So, in general terms, us from the ITU believe that we are working And we think that all objectives include telecommunications, so it can be reached by 2030, all of them. And each objective has a goal, some indicating points. There isn't a clear indication of tick, but for us, we're working so that one of the goals, such as ticks, can help in this development. For us, the ICTs are part of the of people inclusion. Yesterday, I said during my presentation that we have the idea that any activity developed nowadays is going to use at least a little bit the telecommunication sector, the ICT telecommunication sector. So that's why it is so important for us to develop the ICT telecommunication, not only for entertainment, access, and so on, but as a base for people inclusion into society.
So this is also related to human rights. So in fact, we have the right to knowledge, to food, and all these subjects that are being developed at OCGs, CDGs, SDGs. We are working with them how these ICTs can support the development of these goals, the SDGs. My presentation has many slides. It has 35 slides, but the idea here in my presentation is to address what I have mentioned before, that today we have more and more, we have been increasing the number of people accessing the internet. We have more than 3.5 billion people that don't have this access though. This is a situation that we have to deal with. So how could we, for instance, inside this SDGs, to think about a type of education that you could get from the internet and from the ITCs? So let's go back to the beginning of my presentation. Yes, we have SDGs. All of us who are involved in an activity or in a nation, we have goals for the next 15 years. So one of the goals is to try to make these people who don't not access the internet or could have the access but they are not able to buy this access, that they could participate in this world that is the internet world. Here, I like very much this sentence. I don't know how to translate that into Spanish or Portuguese, but in English is many people no longer go online. They are online. So people are online. They are not going to be. So is it possible for everyone? What do you think about that? Is it possible for everyone? Yes or no? Of course not. But this is a goal for us. So if today we have this title of this panel that is an open and accessible internet, so if we had 50% of population in the world that is not connected, so how could we have this open and accessible internet? All right. Now I will talk about another subject. Us from ITU, we also have this report, and one of the main points of the access growth And I believe that yesterday the Ambassador Benedito also mentioned about that, and maybe Luca also mentioned the mobile access, that the great expansion of internet was due to smartphones. You talked about that yesterday, right, Luca? So in my opinion, phones are computers. They are personal computers, but somehow this kind of access was responsible for increasing the number of people which are connected to the internet. And I'll try to pass you all the solutions for the problems, but I'm going to talk about some problems that we have surveyed in ITU yesterday with this report that is called Measuring the Internet Society. This is available for you if you have access to the ITU page. It's a very good report about the world statistics of 2016. It's always released in November, but it has data from 2015. And in this report, we have the most important points that through the public policies, the states and nations could work in order to include more people in the internet world. And I have this other point, which is affordability. That is the ability or capacity of the person to purchase the service. So this is a point that the nations should address. The market's not going to take care of that. Affordability is the main barrier to mobile uptake, and maybe the market will address that, but it will take time. So the matter is, market is taking care of some topics, but there are areas in which they do not work. So this affordability is a problem. People should be included in the services. And also, people do not understand the benefits that they are going to have if they are connected. So this lack of perceived benefits is a problem, and is also related to this issue of how to be a digital person, a person who has digital knowledge. Elderly people, they also have problem to know and understand how to access the service. So this concerns digital education, which is another matter that could increase the access to the internet. Also, the internet quality as well. We have poor network quality. This is also a point that was determined as a barrier to mobile uptake. In this analysis, we have noticed that this service quality is a problem that we have to address. Also, we have all these matters of having more stations, more incentive to deploy stations and network points, how to make possible for business to have investment capacity. All this is related to this service. And also this knowledge of ICTs that is related to know the benefits that the ICTs can have in your life. More and more, this is an important question, because today we have 5-year-old kids who know how to work with these ICTs better than I do. And I am very experienced. Maybe some people who are not experienced, they will be even worse. I have been participating in several different activities, government activities, to create community centers, access centers, and training centers. So these are public policies that the nations could invest in. So during this week, you're going to debate about these things. And also, it's important that for you to debate with people from other countries about these matters. And you should discuss in order to understand what you're doing. Here we have the regulation president of Costa Rica, and she's here with us. Maria Elena is here. And she has this great experience on this matter. And she is always experienced in public policies. What a country is doing to enable some material instruments to deal with this problem. Maria Elena will be part of one of our panels as well, and we could ask her later. And so I'm going to close my presentation because I know that my time is up. And I would like also to talk about the reliability of the ICPs. Sometimes we do not trust the company that is offering the service. How to address this problem? This is also related to the quality of service as well. If I have this service quality that was purchased and agreed, and if I'm not receiving that, I don't feel this experience, how could I rely on this ISP that was offering something that is not delivered in fact? So very well, these are my conclusions. So my time's up. So maybe we have to leave. I don't know what's going to happen. But these are the conclusions for us to debate about them. The objectives of the next 15 years. If you are not aware about the SDGs, please go access the UN website. They have SDGs pages. It's in English, Spanish, and I think Portuguese as well. They are not official languages, but I think that Brazil and Portugal have translated that. And so the next 15 years should be focused on enriching the SDGs, and also ICTs are an important drive for this implementation and also in this economic process that we have nowadays. And also public policies, they should work on including people in ICTs, especially in mobile and broadband. So we could address the problems that we have talked about here today, and consumer relations as well, and I'm available to speak about that. Thank you. Thank you, Bruno, for speaking about all these important questions that is related to our topic today and also to the SIGG in general as well. SSIG, I'm sorry. So I think we can start the debate right now. Good morning. I have a question for Gustavo. I share your ideas that the internet access should be a human right and fundamental human right, but I'm concerned about the definition that we have in Latin America about the service of internet. Many laws, including Brazilian laws and Colombian laws and Peruvian laws and Argentinian laws, that I was able to help shape. They do not address these ISPs. So if you're talking about this need of working with public policies to enable the access, I believe that this is a task that we have to do. We have to work with definitions in order to consider internet as a public good. Do you think this is good to address this topic, or should we work with services? What would be the work that we should do, the states should do about their legislation in order to consider that? I think we can have more than one question and then answer later on. Good morning. My name is Felipe. I master student of UERJ, the State University in Rio, and my question is based on Alexandre Veronese, Gustavo Guindri presentations about internet as human right and also the importance to ensure communication. So my question is it possible to design in a proactive manner, internationally speaking, for this minimal terms of regulation to prevent and protect people from algorithms, because many people are not connected to the internet, but I believe that the internet evolves with us and despite of us, although some public policies are taking based in automatic tools, and business decisions are also made using automatic tools. So how to prevent all this?
One more question to Alexandre. It's a very simple question. Well, now you talked about OTT, and you see that there's some problems regarding the network neutrality and the relationship with OTT. Is it a right, or is this going to be just an economic matter? Now we can reply the question. One more. The questions. One more. Good morning. I'm from Argentina. My question is to Bruno. Speaking about accessibility, as the matter is universality of the service, I'd like to know if you guys are considering in your initiatives accessibility regarding inclusion, not only capacity and access to devices, technology, internet, but also inclusion of that these 3 million people are able to access, considering every kind of person from the economic standpoint, so they have access to internet, or if you're also entailing the capacity that they can understand the information through technical access, for example. Considering blind people, deaf people. We're now going to answer the questions. So your name is, I'm sorry, Veronica. Veronica, for sure. This matter has got to be incorporated in the in legal frameworks. We have a successful case, as far as I know. Finland incorporated this into their own constitution. Internet access is part of human rights for the Finnish. This has got to change. Here in Brazil, of course, it's going to. Each country is going to express that according to their history. I think in Brazil we have a very good example. Our constitution, the telecommunication law, dates back from 1997, which necessarily goes through the telecommunication infrastructure. It clearly splits into public and private regimes. Public has universalization uh, policies, unlike the private sector. So this has got to be changed in some sectors. For example, the concept of universalization, including the Brazilian Telecommunication Act, if it was applied to health and education, for example, it would be a tragedy. I usually say that here in Rio, most of you are not from Rio, but there's a favela in Copacabana called the Tabajaras favela. Next to the favela, there's one of the best hospitals in Rio, which is Copador, with one of the best neurosurgery teams in the world in Rio. If we applied that to health, we could easily say that the Sabajara locals have access to Copador. You just have to go downstairs, walk in Copador, pay I don't know how many thousand reais, because it's making the infrastructure available, not the access. Imagine the tragedy it would be if it would apply to education. It would have private schools and hospitals. If you can afford it, you would pay for it. The universalization concept in the Constitution should guarantee access and not making infrastructure available. It was only applied to landlines, not to ISMs and the services that in Brazil guarantee internet access. So for many years, we've heard from all governments and entrepreneurs that the general telecommunication law was untouchable. There were the Ten Commandments, and they were revealed by God, and this came from the Sinai Hill, and you couldn't touch them. And now suddenly, if you don't touch them, it's a tragedy. You gotta mend them, otherwise the market is gonna fall. And the thing is, we're gonna end the public regime. It's not it's not having universalization access for internet. It's rather than that, we are going backwards. Considering the Brazilian case, just to make an illustration, I'm certain that if we don't change our legal framework and consider that internet is a public good and should be it's public property, and the state has the obligation to guarantee access to internet, and because it is a human right, it is the state is forced to guarantee the access, no matter if it's public or private, but it should be done much like access to energy and others, as we've seen this being done throughout the 20th century. Is it making infrastructure available or actual access to people? Can you create an access gap? And one person has access through 256K and the other one full access. Your question is absolutely correct, because it has to be considered a public good, and state is obliged to guarantee access to this service. That's all. Bruno, if you want to answer the question. In fact, I'm not going to give four answers, but I think I'm going to pose one more problem. It was an important thing for our reflection under goals and under the perspective of the labor union, and I think Veronica poses this problem. And how are we going to nationally set out certain public policies for us to tackle these global challenges? In my opinion, and I think it's a good opinion it's a good discussion for national regulation agencies, and we should deepen this talk so that it's really network regulation. So we get dialogue and normative parameters for a regulatory responsivity, and especially that we get from a regional standpoint. Let's take as in Mercosur, Brazil, Paraguay, Argentina, and Uruguay, and Venezuela can be extended. But for the whole South America and Latin America more broadly, so we can build not only normative dialogues, but fostering dialogues. So we can foster and be able to build regional development funds. We can start thinking about public policies in this regard. For all four questions. For Veronica, the definition of public good, the internet as a public good, the necessity that we should think of regulatory frameworks for the protection of people, consumers in our region, given the challenges, the algorithm challenges in legislation and economy intervenes, network neutrality in our region, the over-the-top services, and we have to think about company law in Brazil, Chile, Colombia, how it's going to regulate business, the business, the company. How are we going to regulate work, labor? Hiring parameters that allows circulation so they can hire people in Mercosur. They can hire an Argentinian to work in a Brazilian company and vice versa. To think about parameters uh, that are more that act in a more network fashion. So it should be what Brazilian Congress is now discussing if they're going to regulate Uber. My question is, has there been a prior study, a deep study? Uh, because this is certainly not a Brazilian problem, a problem from Rio, from São Paulo, from Goiás. It's a transnational issue. And for disabled persons, for example, UE, the EU, France has just published enacted an act where they guarantee access to infrastructure for disabled people. And this is my research agenda. Like in other countries, Brazil and France have enacted national acts, and we have a very different environment because in the EU they have many countries, and in Mercosur there's a different level of integration of regional rights. We have to think about national regulations, but thinking internationally as a network. Well, I agree with Alexandri, and I think that if Congress regulates Uber, they're going to have to regulate a number of other things too. That not Uber is going to come up, but speaking about accessibility for disabled persons, I'm going to give you the information that this year in Argentina, Buenos Aires, for example, in October, from the 9th to the 20th, we're going to have the largest telecommunication conference this year from members of the sector that are also part of the um labor organization, International Labor Organization. And there are regional meetings, and the last one was in Asunción in February. And the countries from America, not only from Latin America, but North America and Caribbean, determined the five initiatives, the five ICTs. One of them is accessibility and access for disabled people. But not only them, but also women, indigenous people, poor people. So there's a process within the region, which is a regional initiative to prioritize this topic. And after the conference, what we've been doing in the region, in our department, is to address the five regional initiatives as a priority. And one of them is include the disabled. In Costa Rica, in November, we're going to have the fourth Accessible Americas event conference. We try to gather all involved parties regarding accessible disabled people. I'm not sure as of the date, but it's around November 15th. So if you are interested in accessibility matters for disabled people, there's a lot going on in our region, in the Americas, that we've been uh, having this in the world. Any more question? Good morning, everyone. I'm going to speak in Portuguese. It's very important for us to debate, to discuss this issue, how we can regulate right to internet as a fundamental right because it guarantees a number of other matters like freedom of speech as discussed. But I'd like to point out that I think it's greatly necessary for us to talk about the importance of debating free software. How can we build a free internet without including in this point in public policies the debate on free software? How can we talk about access, universal access, without debating inequality? So it's an interesting topic. For example, in Brazil, if we review the lower classes, lower social classes, regarding internet usage in Brazilian households, and I'm talking about domestic access, not mobile phone access. There's been a growth, but the broadband access for homes, we see more and more city halls creating open Wi-Fi's and a number of other initiatives, which creates a methodology that doesn't tackle the problem a long-term basis, but is provisory, temporary solution. Well, 90% of upper class households in Brazil have internet access at home, while 16% of lower class Brazilians have internet access. This represents, if we compare to the amount of a Brazilian population, over 70% of the population is digitally included. This is only in Brazil. If we analyze other countries, I think it's going to be even more clear. So there's a main question, which is the thing I believe, and I'd like you guys to talk about this. Maybe you guys have the answer. How can we make this infrastructure feasible for access universalization, including the perspectives on non-capitalization of this access, which is what Gustavo said. What's the point of throwing this infrastructure completely in the hands of private companies? I will see some initiatives on Facebook. And considering the problems that Latin America is facing, how can you propose and address this issue from a more open perspective, comprehensive perspective? If we discuss, and we're not able to solve this problem. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. I'm Emily from Youth Observatory. Bruno has said in his presentation that people in general, they had some difficulties to access internet, and I was thinking about disabled people because this would be even worse. And when we look at the number of disabled people in Brazil, it's more than 45 millions. And we know that since 2004, some regulations are trying to incentive that the web portals and also the public administration portal, they enable this process and make them accessible. And we know that we have this critical situation. So I'm going to ask Alexandre from the Brazilian University, and I would like to know if you have a method or an incentive for the students to develop websites and softwares that could enable accessibility through the internet, and also if in general, if you bear in mind some initiative that would promote and incentive learning and govern in the government level and university level. That's it. Good morning. I'm Kimo Zaidan. I don't remember who had mentioned that the smartphone is a computer, and I agree with this statement. But sometimes I'm worried because when I hear about this inclusion perspective through mobile access, because as if it would solve the problem, because we know that the mobile access is much more mediated than the domestic access, such as a desktop. So when we access internet through the smartphone, we have this very different perspective from what we had before. So we have this higher trend to consume content and instead of producing. And also we have this different perception of technology, the ability of understanding how internet works, how this network works. So people are mixing internet with applications. For instance, Facebook is not the internet. So the mobile access, it seems to improve. It's some access, so it improves a little bit this situation, but this is not the definite answer for the internet access. And I believe that we should still fight for the domestic access and also the access to broadband into the households. So I think we should debate this matter, because once we have access to mobile devices, it seems that the inclusion problem is solved and we no longer have to debate it, and I don't think it's true. Also, the crop-up of the mobile devices, it changes the interaction of people and the internet. It changes the experience of the user, and it doesn't seem to me to be the best perspective to debate the social inclusion. Good morning. My name is Florice. I am from Internet Without Frontiers in Brazil. Since many people has asked questions, maybe it would be interesting to note the names, because sometimes we are not able to see here who has asked first, so we prevent conflicts this way. So I had this observation about the regulatory debate, and Luca has commented in his presentation yesterday that the trade in commerce is started in the 70s, and politically, when we see in the international level, it was when the new liberalism has evolved and the practice of deregulation has start being pervasive across the world. And Gustavo has commented that Brazil is a clear example of this process. Part of the system is still regulated by the public, and part of the system has started with this privatization process through concessions. So my understanding is that we may even say that it's important to regulate and consider that as a public policy, but if we consider the system in which the internet was built on, and my question is for Bruno here, it seems to me that without this international regulation, this important arbitrage to consider the internet access and all the telecommunication system as a public good for humanity, we won't be able to reach some benefits. And some countries, except for countries such as Finland, they have the public concern that is very strong. And I would like also to highlight the case of the rivers. The Vienna Congress has regulated the rivers. Up until then, the rivers were considered private spaces, and people should pay taxes to use them. And also the Vienna Congress has created this regulation to guarantee free access to the rivers without any restrictions to the goods that were then considered public goods for humanity. So I ask you, what is the strategy, what is the access in order for us to get this kind of arbitrage to bind countries to these regulations? And I also would like to observe that maybe we would have someone from the telecommunication agencies in Brazil, Anatel, in this table, and it's not present. He's not present, right? No, in fact, he's going to participate in the next table. And we had a speaker from Facebook, but she had an accident, Ana Luisa Valadares, and couldn't come to this presentation. 2 more questions, please. Diego, and also someone in the back. And then we will have to end our debate. Hello, I'm Mateus from Argentinian. I work in the farming sector of my country. And I'm going to ask this quick question. I'd like to know your opinion about the advance in Latin America regarding to rural connectivity. Few people talk about that. Good morning, I'm Diego. I'm an investigator from aeronautics, and taking into account all the quantity of questions that we have now in this table, I think that the access infrastructure is still the greatest problem of Latin American and the Caribbean. So I think that something that is very important to discuss is the electromagnetic spectrum and this obsolete model of management for this spectrum, and I would like you to speak about new models of the management of this spectrum. The last question in the back, if you could be brief, please. Lucas is going to kill me. I'll try to be brief, but it's a very interesting point. Good morning, everyone. I think I will pose a question that is very different from the other questions, and I'm going to ask it to Alexandre Veronese. I'm from the legal area, and I agree that it's important to debate that the legal issues are important to internet, but we shouldn't simply include that in the legal framework. We should expand the network, and we have to increase the access to this network. So the infrastructure should exist, and people should have access to this infrastructure. Of course, you could adopt a model in which the model pays for everything, and people have cited sanitation, and sanitation is a tragedy in Brazil. If we have 1% coverage in Brazil, less than 50% for years. So this is a choice, and we could opt for this choice and suffer the consequences. So the model today is a share model between the states and telecommunication companies. The telecommunication companies are diminishing their profits because they are only becoming an ISP, so their prices is now a commodity and they have less space for investments. On the other side, OTTs and ISPs are entering in this new data economy with very big profits and potentials that are incredible, and they don't have any obligation and no relation with the expansion of infrastructure for connection and access. So now we have this conflict between telecommunication companies and ISPs for entering this new field. So we had commented briefly yesterday that in the United States it was approved in the lower house there, this change in their national law in order to give access to the telecommunication company to the access of their users. So this would enable something. So Professor, I would like you to talk about that. What is our way in terms of the future of connection industry nowadays, and also the conflict between telecommunication companies and ICPs, and 3, how to make the private sector to cooperate in this investment and assessment, and that we don't stay like we are now in sanitation, that we increase very little every year. So please, if you could be brief in your answers and close. Of course, we have the entire day to discuss infrastructure and access. So if you can stay after the debate, and I think that the speakers could be available for some minutes after this presentation as well. So in a half hour, in brief. No, I'm going to be brief. I have millions of things to answer, but I'll be brief. Concerning the free software, and that is also related to this other matter, and I have an example that it's good for free software and also algorithm governance. It's in the tradition of Alexander Gedrick's book. He's one of the protocol. He talks about Foucault and the historical approach, and I think he has this very interesting approach, and I'd like to talk about why we should enlarge the concept of internet. Imagine that in 2 cities, 2 of them, they have these large avenues and only a few transversal streets, and all are one way, so everyone could drive in high speeds. So you have a problem with accidents. People are crashing, people are being run over. So people start to think that they have to take an action. So one of the cities deploy police force. So the policemen, they won't prevent people from running in 200 kilometers an hour, because maybe people will take advantage of when the policeman's not looking, and so on. And the other city, they put bumpers, road bumps. I'm not sure how one could say that in Spanish. So they put road bumps, but they are deploying the tools that is in fact preventing people from running. So he's changing the architecture of the road. Whoever has the power of architecture in the network has the power. So we haven't discussed that in terms of public policy. So this matter of free software and algorithm management, uh, it passes through this matter, and sometimes we don't discuss that when discuss internet governance, and we should debate that as well. And second thing is about the mobile internet. I think that mobile internet is a great achievement. I cannot imagine myself without this device that had guaranteed my access to a series of things. I'm continuously connected to internet, like Bruno said. On the other hand, this is limited access. We have to acknowledge that. So I don't watch Netflix like Netflix here, for instance. I don't have enough data to see that. If I eh, and I couldn't download torrents here if I was a pirate person. I would watch that at my home. So the idea of web itself, web is very it's not so necessary in this kind of device because we use all the apps and all this idea that is in the core of the web that you are free moving in a set of different websites thanks to hyperlinks, it disappears in this kind of device. So I agree with you that we should have tools to mediate this so that we won't start from the premise that I have this 50 mega access in my home, and if people only have this prepaid plan and they don't have really access, he's not as included as I am.
Sorry for interrupting. We are 30 over for 30 minutes late, and I'd like to finish off the session, and all the questions you've made are going to be debated throughout the day. So I'd like to continue with there's no reason why to have a 2-hour session if all the others are going to discuss this. I'd like you to please kindly finish off with your last considerations, your last comments, please. Well, there were other questions on open spectrum. Just one quick comment. I'm a Claro client since 1998, by the way. They have never offered me a single app that I could use, that I don't use on my phone, but they forced me to use an app. They say they say that, I said that they haven't offered me any kind of service. There's WhatsApp, there are other services that people want to use. There are issues to be tackled, but they lost track in this regard. We started late. Well, because the three questions were in Portuguese, I apologize. I'm going to answer in Portuguese. But I'm going to use 40 seconds tops. I'm available for your Q&A later. Regarding accessibility that you asked me, there's a very important work we develop at the ITU regarding acquisition of services. State acquires a lot of services, so we work along with them with procurement legislation for accessible web and accessible software as well. Regarding the mobile infrastructure, there isn't a single point to be discussed here. You guys have got to be careful because the mobile aspect, I'm talking about radio frequency access. You can use a broader track. We can discuss this in ITU. 4 gigs, 5 gigs. People also want to use C-band here in Brazil. I'm not going to talk about that, but wireless access is trying not to plug in the cable, but you need a very wide band, a very broad band. That doesn't mean like using 700 megs and not having many services available. And my last message is we have an international treaty on this. Maybe not all the countries agree with what I'm going to say, but in 2012 there was a conference in Dubai. I think all of those internet-related people should be aware of this international treaty, which is binding for the countries, those countries that participate in the UN conferences. 100 countries signed the treaty. It's it's a binding world treaty to facilitate the internet connection and communication services and guarantee its efficiency and availability. That doesn't mean that all countries accepted it, but along the week, I invite all of you to review this treaty. Maybe it's just the beginning, but not the end, but the beginning of a world agreement for universal access to internet. Thank you. Just one thing, and not to repeat neither Gustavo nor Bruno. I think we can think, especially on this discussion, when we compare telecommunications with other industries. In Brazil, for example, we have a good level of rural electrification and a good level of coverage, not only of access and fruition of electric energy. One of the benefits is the creation of a social fee. If you think of a mechanism such as this, of course, it's a national regulatory solution that we haven't used it much in Brazil. I made a quick study on robbery of mobile signal. It's a form of access. Then they give me the cable, then I hire a guy that gives me stolen access. I have to think of other forms of access, not only regulation, but social practices and how not to criminalize certain practices and turn them into something in public policies. Thank you. Thank you all. I'm going to give the floor to the next table.
Tinha muita gente querendo perguntar. Eu vou ver se eu fico. O pessoal tem que tentar vir amanhã e tudo, para depois ficar assistindo e tudo. Acho que vai ser. Hoje com certeza eu vou ficar aqui para curtir. Mandar seu e-mail tá. Obrigado. Tchau. Mas aquela foi 1h45 não vai. Rapaz. Bom. Pô, a gente além da nossa faixa também. Então. Você que é palestrante, né? Você tem que ser mais duro. Vou falar em português, mas eu respondo em qualquer das português, né? É que eu olhei a lista e tinha quase ninguém. Daí eu pensei em fazer até a lâminas, mas são
Vocês não estão entendendo, tá?
Não. Você já viu a apresentação para ter uma ideia?
Sí, sí. Bueno, para. Ahora sí. Bueno.
Good morning. We're going to start our panel. That's gonna cover some of the topics initiated in the previous topic, in the previous panel. We talked about access, and to talk about access, we have to talk about infrastructure, the challenges. So this panel has speakers with experiences in a number of sectors on this topic. We can try and have a very short session so we have a lot of time for Q&A. And Marileana Mendes is very experienced in this topic. She can give us a general perspective on infrastructure, the challenges. She has both public and private background. Thank you, everyone. Good morning. Before anything, I'd like to thank the SSIG, to Olga, Adrian, Oscar for the invitation, and also the Getúlio Vargas Foundation for having us in this context of a great architecture history in a definitely wonderful city. Thank you. I'm going to bring an overview on past, present, and future of internet infrastructure. Looking at this graph on the screen, we see there are infrastructure layers. The upper one is content and apps. The next one is protocols, standards, and the first big one, which is infrastructure, which is the base on which internet is developed. We can't forget that the objective of the infrastructure is provide internet services, strong, fast internet with accessible speed for as many people as possible. Infrastructure makes sense because of the service it provides to the upper layer, and we can't forget that infrastructure represents a very a very large percentage of service rendering cost. So this infrastructure supports the network, and it is basically 70% of total costs. We can't forget that because at the end of the day, this is what determines how safe and how accessible the internet is. To analyze internet infrastructure, it is split into different markets. We have submarine cables for internet access, national transportation. We have something we call local transportation, which is transportation between towers, between nodes, and probably the access, which is what we use, all of us. However, if this chain is not complete, we wouldn't be able to access internet for a fact. In fact, and this varies through time, and we're talking about present, past, and future. They vary in scale, in the amount of infrastructure we have available. For example, number of telecommunication lines, access points, density of infrastructure per square kilometer, and also the assets. In the beginning, it was predominantly public, and then it became private. And in many cases, we today have this, and we have an outsourced infrastructure. So there's an evolution of infrastructure property. Each of these segments has also as we said, we moved from a monopoly that were considered natural monopoly, meaning naturally there was only one network. It couldn't be replicated, and there could be no competition on such a network. And now there are multiple carriers in each market. There has been an evolution in this regard. And also, we have, of course, we've had, and maybe all of us know it better because that's what we feel closer to us, a technological evolution, as we can see it. Christ Redeemer in this picture is from Urca. We can see, oh, there are antennas, so if there are antennas, there is infrastructure. But infrastructure is everywhere. It's important to consider that because this has also brought associated conflicts because of infrastructure. Past, present, and future. I think the past is recent, present goes by fast, and future is near, just around the corner. We have in a very short period of time, we've seen a huge evolution. The past is not really a long time ago. And the telecom market, especially in Latin America, has different steps of development. And because of that, this past is quite recent. So there was a single network, a low-speed access service, that was provided in short distance from telephonic centrals. It was only urban areas. We had few submarine cables, which translated into high prices to the end user. The state-owned assets, and there was an operator that held the monopoly, and assets were considered in the privatization processes around the world. And then you have competition. Initially, with a copper network. In fact, the technology, the advancement says that the copper network can be deaggregated, can open, so there are other operators on this last station. So there could be another operator, even if there wasn't another cable. That's the beginning of the competition. The start for multiple operators, multiple carriers. And then you go into the carrier market, cable TV, and the market, the basic internet, basic for mobile services.
We say that the present is feeble and ephemeral because it lasts short time. It starts today and ends tomorrow. In terms of technology, it lasts only a few moments. But what happened? The density of infrastructure has increased a lot. We have passive networks. We have many networks and they are overloading the system. This is a very common image in Latin America. You see cable over cables over cables that is risking this support telecommunication network that was not made for communication. This is an electrical network, and after that we had many debates about how we are increasing the weight of these poles and so on. We have local government conflicts as well in order to deploy new networks, and we are speaking about 2017, and we are still having conflicts with local governments. Some towers are hidden, but this is also a complicator factor for infrastructure. So in Latin America, in general, and also in many other countries in the world, we still have this problem with the landscape invasion, and also the property in many cases, especially when we are speaking about the tower support, it's outsourced. So there's an outsourced company who is going to build the tower, and his business is to share the tower. And his business is to share. So this is a service like a real estate service. You are renting an apartment, for instance. So the regulator is imposing some measures. The regulators not always they do have good. They are not so trusted by the population, but I have worked there for a long time, and I know that, and they allowed the prices to be reduced. So this kind of infrastructure, it demands a regulator. We have to have multi-operated cables. This reduces the price, and also it could increase speed. And it also happened by expropriating some land. And we have some new uses of new kinds of cables, like fibers that you get to the final user, the end user. And here you see new equipment that uses optic fiber, but this is an expensive process. It demands time, and we also need other basic infrastructure. There's a cost associated to the end user, and they see their daily lives affected by that. When we're talking about this near future, here is where we have to be very attentive. What is going to happen from now on? The problems that we had are not solved, but the technology is increasing and improving in this fast pace. So we are not able to predict, but we know what's going on. The the data said that the quantity of devices is now surpassing the number of connected people. So of course there will be a great increase, and the network will be everywhere. And we also have to guarantee a delay that is next to zero, that communication is in fact in real time. And this means that the network could be able to interact with critical devices. For instance, the connected car is an example. The telecommunication companies are no longer telecommunication companies, and they are becoming only data companies, and all the transportation market, as we said, the local transportation and international as well, they have to use broadband because they cannot afford for this delay, and they are supported by softwares, and it's activated by switches and servers. So it's the IPS, they also think that they should be benefiting from the cloud, and this infrastructure should be also in the cloud. So this will be software defined. So at the end of the day, the cloud will self-define itself and will determine each resources should be used in each part, in each time, in each proportion. In terms of infrastructure, everything that is involved. And to close my presentation, we know that we will have this great deal of investments today, and if we consider the conditions of the future, it will be even higher, because the states believe that the investments aren't sufficient, are never sufficient. So up until what point we are going to invest, we don't know. Only the operators are able to invest. In the rural area, we will have to have also private investments, otherwise they won't happen, and we will have our rural areas left behind. So we have to adjust our regulation, otherwise we will be falling into this pit, and we won't be able to leave this, because we will have this regulation that is trying to reach this fast horse that is running at fast pace. So we have to eliminate all the barriers. We have to oversee the market, and we should emphasize user protections in terms of privacy and also other aspects. This kind of technological change in the near future, it demands the adjustment of our ecosystem in a complete and thorough way. Otherwise, we cannot adapt. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on with Peter Knight from the Institute of World Economics. He's going to focus on economic topics. Yes, first of all, I'd like to say that this is based on this work. I'm going to speak in Spanish. So this is a work that was done by 20 authors, and 4 of them are present here today. Nós temos Brediana Almonte, she's going to speak as well. So this work is about broadband in Brazil, and I'm going to present this other page, and it's also available here in Getúlio Vargas Foundation. It was published by them, by us. What I want to focus on is in this very simple point, is that we have great scale economy in the network infrastructure, especially concerning optic fiber, and this scale economy can enable win-win solutions, which will reduce the costs of all the participants in these partnerships. I'm going to explain, I'm going to give some examples that are studied in great details in this book, and the four that I have listed here, I'm going to explain. And the lesson that I want to leave is with us. It's obvious there is economy scale. They are very great in the towers, like Maria Elena has explained very well. They share. To share is the key. It's more difficult to do from the legal standpoint, and the technology is easy, but the political and economical organization is difficult. So the basic idea is this: to double the number of fibers in a cable, it increases in 10% of the cost of the launched cable, because the cost of launching the cable either underground or using poles is great, but the fiber is cheap, and you're able to increase a lot. And the key is to consume with much more fiber than the original investment need. So this would make possible the renting of fibers, or even this exchange of fibers, because you want to get to somewhere where you don't have fibers, and you allow someone to use one of your fibers, and you can use the fiber of others, and everybody wins with that. The maintenance cost is also not proportional to the number of fibers. It's kind of fixed. Of course, that several different ISPs, they have their own boxes, and they will have some expenses in case of disruption in the fiber, or it's something that I'm not going to address here. I'm going to concentrate on the optic fiber, but for wireless and radios, the same thing works. The tower can support many different antennas, so it's ridicule for the IPS to build towers. It's better to have a company building towers and then sharing or renting. And maybe in this country, the most important example is in the origin of the internet in Brazil. It was in academia. The National Research Center, it deployed the first internet in Brazil inside the academias. It was BitNet, and then in '92, during the Sustainable Conference, the Rio 92, it was the first international connection, and we have the history of all that in another book that I wrote, that is Internet in Brazil. But Vinservice was here in '75 to demonstrate ARPANET in a spontaneous way in a congress in São Paulo, and then today we have, this is one session of Hadecomap network, and we have the Metropolitan networks that were built in partnerships involving great corporations, involving all capitals, and also more and more in the countryside with the program Redicom MAP and the other program that is called Veredas Novas, so the new roads for institutions that research and teach in the countryside. So these networks are shared networks and shared by many different institutions, and in its backbone we also are starting to have partnerships with private companies such as Telebras. In Rio, we have around 6 big partners, besides all the institutions that are part of the communitary network in Rio. So maybe the first great example that we have for this effort of monopoly of OA, the former Telemar, and they were able to reduce the operation costs in the state, and also this is the circuit in Ceará, and we have this great chapter about this experience in this book. It has 3,400 kilometers, and it reaches 142 municipalities, and it was developed by this ICT's company. It was the view of the president, Fernando Carvalho, one of the author of this chapter in the book.
He persisted so much to create this network that completely, incredibly reduced the internet cost. When before it was a monopoly, it was a state monopoly, then became private. It had a very bad quality, I'm sorry. I think it's now bankrupt. And more recently, what I've done is to introduce the rent idle fibers to private companies in a consortium of three medium providers of the state of Ceará. They rented a group of fibers, a set of fibers, and the whole operational cost of the state is paid with with this rent. The state made an investment that they could profit from. Now, I have the table of the Net Rocinha. I'm literally wearing the T-shirt. There's 2 guys. They should be on their 25 something. They are entrepreneurs that were born. They built this company and live off of it, and they're expanding this company. And they have 100 megabits a second in the favela, fiber in the favela. I can't have 100 megabits in the Copacabana beach. So I have to congratulate them. They're not here, and I'd like to show what they do. And they're being fostered by many companies to expand their model to other favelas and other users. And they have swapped. They have fibers passing through Vidigal favela, which is over Leblon in Rio de Janeiro. They can do a lot more, but it is really worth to read this article. And finally, I'm going to talk about the Amazônia Conectada partnership that was started by the Brazilian Army to bring internet to the country border in Amazon rivers. It is a singular experience. It is unheard of all over the world. I think according to some tracks, it's 240 kilometers were released last year. If they visit the website, it says you're going to see the video of the fiber release. They want to connect this with bordering countries as well. What are the lessons of this experience? I've already talked about them, but it's good to repeat the word so you can remember. It's technologically easy. There are small providers all over Brazil releasing fibers in the middle of the Amazon forest. It's easy. The thing is being able to share and having partnerships to share costs. But it's going to be the state of if you're going to have if you're going to go to 100 megs for everyone, this has got to be discussed in a costly way. In the cost side, there is no free lunch. It has to be a human right, but we have to find how to. To this, Gustavo has some tips, and we have to move on. But the leadership, the motivation, the capacity of the leaders of this process is very important. So some data on the book. It is in both Portuguese and English. The translation in English was financed by Google. It wasn't very good. I have to work on 3 reviews, but it's free. So on Facebook, there is broadband in Brazil. You can download it for free in EPUB or PDF. So this is my information. Thank you. Thank you, Peter. We're going to move on with the researcher at the CTS, FGV CTS, Cristiana Gonzalez. Before starting, I'd like to ask a question. I'd like to know who knows the internet history in your country.
Legal.
Cool.
Quantidade considerável,
A
né?
considerable amount of people.
Quando eu vi o tema dessa mesa,
When I saw the topic of this table, I was happy and sad at the same time.
é sempre bom
Happy because it's always good
passado, presente e futuro, e que
to be
bom
part of
que
the
o passado da internet,
past,
tema,
present, and future topic. I'm glad they included the past topic
biografia,
in this seminar cycle. The biography we have today on internet history,
Brasil, mas como
not only Brazil but in other Latin American countries,
muito reduzida. A gente tem
is quite limited.
razoável
We have a limited access to internet history
nos Estados Unidos.
in the USA.
Alguns estudos sobre a história
There
da
are some studies on internet history in Russia,
alguma coisa no Chile, né?
in a little bit in Chile.
No Brasil a gente tem
But for example, in Brazil, we have Peter's initiative, and
entrevista,
I bought this
ter
book.
acesso a esse
I brought this book.
secreto.
I didn't write it. It's a kind of a secret book,
Foi
but
publicado,
it wasn't published.
que seja publicado algum dia.
I hope it is published someday.
A gente também tem alguma coletânea na internet sobre
We
a
have
história
some
da
internet
internet,
collection on
mas ainda assim
Asia,
é muito
but
pouco, né?
it's still very, very little. But
E por que isso é ruim? Porque
Why
quando
is
a
it
gente vê, quando
bad?
a gente fala sobre infraestrutura,
when we talk about infrastructure,
é inevitável a gente falar sobre a infraestrutura.
we inevitably talk about telecom infrastructure.
Suporte à internet.
When we support the internet and we see processes nowadays that regard expansion, the current state of telecommunication industry supporting this network, and we look back in our history, we see there are processes in cycles that are a repeat and some public policy mistakes. And if we don't know this past, we look at the present and we think such policies are either new or innovative, but we do not necessarily understand the processes that made us get here. We consider the dynamics in institutions responsible for the expansion of this infrastructure and market dynamics as well. So I'd like to cover the internet history in Brazil because it's quite fast because I know it's quite wide. So in Brazil, I think Peter talked a bit about this. It starts in a group of professors interested in connecting with other parts of the world. In middle 80s, they traveled abroad and took their masters and doctorate studies in the U.S., Europe, and Japan. And they had contact with this new form of communicating and transmitting data, which was internet, in the specific case of America, the ARPANET. And when they came back to Brazil, and they were financed by the government, it's important to point out, when they came back to Brazil, they still wanted to keep on communicating with the rest of the world. But in Brazil, back then, this type of communication, of data communication, called transborder data flow, was controlled by the Special Informatics Secretariat, the department, and was addressed as a matter of state. For you to have access to this type of technology, this type of communication, it was a long bureaucratic process, a number of authorizations, and a very high cost. And then along with the global context in the 90s, there was a changing perspective in public policies, especially in neoliberalism. There was a whole privatization movement of telecom. And people said that the state was inefficient. This can be discussed. Of course, they leveraged this approach, but the infrastructure did not really expand. We need to innovate. There are new technologies arising, and we're soon going to privatize all this network. But today, when we discuss this, we forget that there was a national fund. Flávia discussed this part very well. Then we'll look at her this part of history. There was a fund, a national telecom fund, where 30% of the fees paid for landline services back then was rolled to this fund, and it was used for network expansion. So in this privatization context of telecoms and this infrastructure over which internet network was developed, within this telecom process and privatization, and this is highly documented in some books, like Brasil Privatizado. It's broad, but it's sparse. In CTS, we have a project on sustainable connectivity. We're going to investigate the barriers against connectivity, which includes history. And when we look for the sources on this topic, there's more specific telecom source. The only book that I found was Sérgio Mota biography. Sérgio Mota was a former telecommunication ministry called Sérgio Mota, the Tractor in Action, when he narrates all this privatization process. And there's been a number of changes in this policy and some mistakes that repeat to date. And I'd like to mention specifically some of them. The first of them is evaluating this review process of the values of these assets that were public and were paid with this 30% value of the fee paid by the public, by people. They were evaluated in 30 billion reais during the privatization process. When the public notice was published, it set out that the assets were worth 17 billion. After the auction, I can't remember exactly, but there were 22 billion were paid, a lot less than they were worth, without mentioning the investment the Brazilian government made. So these companies became more attractive for external investors and a high expenditure of public resources. So why is it repeated? Because nowadays we have a discuss in the Congress on a bill that forms the General Telecom Act. This bill is going to amend the concept that was set out back there in 1997 in this new liberalism process, meaning we have a public and a private regime. Gustavo Jr. talked about this as well. In this public regime, it sets out that it's valid only for landlines, but it's also good to remember that down here in Brazil, everyone says that, well, mobile telephony, because of that, because of mobile telephony, no one uses landline anymore, but a great deal of the internet network nowadays is made over landline network, and it is public. It is provided within a public regime. When I mention this with foreigners, there have been some discussions. They don't really understand. It's a very Brazilian specificity. Why is this public regime important? First, because it guarantees the continuity of service rendering. So if a company bankrupts, or if it no longer renders services in Brazil, I see that this infrastructure will remain, and their service that is considered essential will carry on, will continue to arrive on people's houses. It also guarantees several hard concepts, which is the reversibility of assets. What is meant by that? In a concession and assignment process of these assets, they still belong to the government, to the federal government. When the assignment period is over, the assets are rolled back to the government, to the federal government, and they can do whatever they want with them. It can go through another concession process. There can be a public policies with these assets. It was rolled back to the state, and in the private regime, there are some obligations with while focusing on competition, market competition, and business competition. And of course, there are all the issues of regulating agencies. I think Mariliana mentioned this a bit. We can discuss this further. But it doesn't entail all the guarantees of this essential service. So this bill that is being discussed in Brazil is going to amend the regime. Again, we have public assets evaluated in 108 billion reais that are going to be delivered to the private initiative for a value calculated under that 17 billion reais, without any sort of guarantee that this regime of this public regime is going to be made through an authorization regime.
So besides this bill that is being discussed right now, we also have this other initiative and public policies, that is the launching of a satellite. I don't know if you've heard about that, but in Brazil we have 50 satellites, and they all are owned by foreign companies. And in the last year, after many debates and leakage and some secrecy leaks, there was this interest of purchasing the satellite with three goals. First, to provide signal for the armed forces. Second, for the government institutions. And the third, to offer broadband across all Brazilian territory, because there wouldn't be a shadow area with the satellite. And the cost of the satellite was 2 billion reais, but in this context of economic crisis and also of adopting again some liberal policies, the government makes some decisions that ended up concluding that this satellite that should provide broadband to Brazil, it would be given to private companies again without any guarantee. No guarantees of ongoing services, of fees, of some fees, some guarantees that the public service would have. So in order to close my presentation, this is our present situation, and we are insisting in some mistakes from our past concerning public policies and internet infrastructure. And looking to the future, I think it's difficult that we are able to achieve. And of course, we're going to discuss many things such as community networks and the internet of the future, but it's very difficult with this high concentration in the market and high rates that we are able to reach this future in which we will all have quality access to this infrastructure. Well, we still have some time. We have reduced this panel, but I will open for our Q&A now. Only 4 questions, please. I had some questions that I'm going to take notes. Right. Okay. My name is Eduardo. I'm a lawyer. I'm from Brasilia, and I'm coursing my master's degree at the University of Brasilia. I have 2 questions, one for the tables and one for Cristiane. For the table is about the debate here in Brazil concerning the broadband feeding. It's a local discussion, but I would like to know if you have information concerning other Latin American countries and also other countries in the world, how they use that with broadband services, if it's feasible, if we can establish these larger packages, larger data packages, and if the benefits of profits could be benefit to the network, invested in the network. And so, Cristiane, it's about this new telecommunication legal framework. How they are going to evaluate the reversible goods, and will they be given to the telecommunication companies? Good morning. Could we please answer and then move on? First, we could answer the first questions and move on? Okay. I think that I have this language limitation. When we are speaking about franchise, what do you mean? You're speaking about landline. When you speak about franchise, what about the mobile network? Okay, I understand. What I know about Latin America, what I have read about this about this matter, there were some attempts of putting this kind of services with landlines, but we have in Europe data caps as well, but they have this idea to have this competition among the mobile networks and the landline network. So with this very high data cap, you can use the mobile network as if it was a landline network with the right technology, of course. So they are trying to create a substitute product. But in fact, the data cap that is used in mobile network, this concept has limitations, and you can experience this reduction in speed. There had been in the United States this attempt of doing that, but it wasn't clear if they give good results. The landlines are different from the mobile networks. The mobile network, they need data cap because they work that in a natural way. And the landlines, they are much more predictable. They have high capacities. So it's not exactly necessary from the technological perspective to apply this kind of things. I won't speak much about data franchise because we will have this specific table to discuss this topic, but about the reversible goods, where is the calculation? Well, the telecommunication agency in Brazil, Anatel, it has assessed that, and it reached 70 billion reais, and the federal account court has this evaluation that gets us this number as well, approximately. So it takes into account all the value of the network and all the engineering and construction works associated to this network. So the accounts court, the National Accounts Court, has done these calculations, but we couldn't in fact have this exact value of these assets, as it's one of this problem of this bill, one of the problems of this bill, due to this large amount of regulations that the agency has implemented over time, and this calculation became even more difficult to be done. I can show you the documents later on. Good morning, everyone. I'm a member of Youth Observatory, and I am graduating in IT. I'd like to ask to Mariliana and then Peter. I would like to understand if the flexible state regulation is hampering the free competition in Brazil, because despite there are over 4,000 companies to work freely in Brazil, only 4 of them are concentrating a great percentage of telecommunications in the country. This was a report that was disclosed by Anatel itself, and when you compare to the United States and Europe, there are several different telecommunication companies. And as Mariliana said in the end of her presentation, there's a franchise, but the franchise is very high. And with this quantity of companies that we have, it's very easy to establish competitions having a franchise that is bigger than the other. And also, if this kind of regulation in Brazil, if it prevents us to have more companies and more internet for all. Thank you. This is a hard subject, in fact, a difficult subject. But I have this point of view. It's a public point of view since my first book that I wrote with another group about the Brazilian government. and we highlight the importance of digital inclusion, the Air Brazil project that has produced three books about the internet and broadband and others. And since the 2000s, Brazilian lags, when there was this first attempt of with this national strategy to use the ICTs, this is the green book of the information society. Never in all these years have the Brazilian government really design this strategy to take advantage of the ICTs to improve Brazil in all sectors, economical, social, and political sectors. And we move on without any strategy. The national plan for broadband was this limited effort. It was limited to infrastructure matters. It was never carried on. It didn't have investments. So instead of talking about competitions, there are many data from Anatel and others. We know that we have only four main ISP, but here in Brazil we have 8,000 small and medium ISP, but they depend on the great ones for their backbones. And you also have the state networks in several states. I expected to see this in Rio, but it has died out of nowhere. I don't know why, and probably due to corruption. But the project was to have a digital Rio and to extend this to all the municipalities in this state. But only in Pará and Ceará, and in a lesser degree also in some south states like Paraná, the electrical company has put optic fiber in all municipalities of the states. But these are infrastructure policies, state-wise, but national-wise, there's no strategy. Once John Gage entered in my office in the World Bank, and he told me, download this software, Mozilla. Now everything was in my hands. It was a revolution. It was a great Jupiter wave that would increase creativity, and this will change the world. And what happened? Only a few countries, such as Finland and Singapore and Korea, they really incorporated these policies, and they have leapfrogged some stages. But Brazil, that has so many needs, never did that. This is my biggest complaint. This is what motivates to keep working with that. But honestly, it's a great disappointment that we couldn't get there, and this is a political matter. First of all, we have spoken about this 89.3%. I understood that you only have 4 ISPs for the entire country. But the subject is each one of this infrastructure market that we have seen with the submarine cables, local transportation, the access part, each one of these subjects and deserve these market studies to determine which ISP have power in their sector. What do I mean a significant power in the market? It means that this ICP could manipulate the market. They could manage it, they increase prices, create innovations. When you have 2 regulations that are studying this kind of topic for each one of these markets, you have to use measures that are known as asymmetric measures. It's not for all ISPs, but only for those that they display this significant power of market. After this measures are taken, they they aim at preventing the abuse of the ISPs. The problem is not to have this power, but to abuse of this power, and that this abuse will mean an increase in prices or a problem with innovation. So this is theory. When we are speaking about practical product matters, it's easier to speak than do. So the 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 Brazilian legal framework should allow the regulator to do this kind of studies and impose this kind of measures so that there's this way of controlling the power of these ISPs. And once again, the power in the market is not a bad thing per se, but the problem is abusing of this power. And this is the way with the way that the regulators can control this. We could have a strict controls such as structural separations, and the structure of the ISP will go to another company that is owned by them, but it's a totally separated company, and the same ESP should buy the infrastructure in the same conditions that the others also do. This is the kind of intervention that is kind of extreme in the case that you have established that this ISP has this domain in terms of infrastructure, and it's impacting the end users with the increase of prices and diminish of innovation.
In fact, let's just say that this idea is a concept using the telecommunication agency. I'm not a regulation specialist. Maybe if Flavia or others can talk about this. But for this issue, this concept exists. They, it's a matter of political desire to follow on with instruments that are and ways that are very well designed but not executed. Last question. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jimena Serra from Mexico. I have a question to Mariliana Mendes. I'd like to thank you for your presentation. It was a technical presentation for non-technical people. You talked about the social conflicts for infrastructure development. We always talk about connecting people, how they're connected, and so on and so forth. But I think you don't look on the point of view that some people just don't want to connect, especially older people that live in rural zones. They're not interested in connecting. So I know that in Costa Rica, there have been issues with training people in rural zones for them to understand the consequences of being connected. However, I think that in places like Costa Rica, where the environment preservation is so important, how can we make them understand that the infrastructure is not going to impact their development system, not even the environment, because the ecosystem in rural zones are important. As we see in the pictures, it's uh, something national that's surrounded by antennas. How can you make people that don't want to connect, but there are training programs, how to put this all together with the environment and ecosystem development? It's a solution. It is a solution development. I mean, it's a development solution. Costa Rica took a long time to take part in this development. It learns from the mistakes of other countries. That's an advantage we have regarding the infrastructure development. actually communities, many times urban communities, not that rural communities, said, I don't want you to install a tower because many times because they ignore they think the tower can produce diseases, can cause diseases, or maybe because in the urbanism it brings a visual impact, and they consider the value of the properties would decrease, the real estate value of decrease. So this line started a process, training process on what brings infrastructure, not the infrastructure itself, but what infrastructure can give, can provide us. Infrastructure is in what, in last instance, makes it possible to receive the service. The last one was with the WHO that had a representative from the WHO to uh, talk about the impact of radioelectrical uh, emissions. It's been proved that they don't affect us. Even if when you compare them to mobile phones, the mobile phone does have effects, but the radiation of a tower does not affect. So in some cities, they still don't believe that there should be multiple stakeholders and multiple operators that should be regulated by state. They just didn't generate this possibility of installing public policies into a national infrastructure plan. And there's an interesting element from the prot- environment protection standpoint, especially in indigenous zones that are surrounded by forests. What was done was to fully respect the processes. There is exactly the same communities that now request this service because they start thinking about the education standpoint. Now, they now see that in their kids' education, they can. There's a possibility of development, and they see that the internet, without internet, the education of their kids is limited. So they started requesting infrastructure. So there's an idea of uh, infrastructure development to the extent that it is economically viable and compatible to their forms of construction, which has to do with wood, sugarcane, and things like that. So try to be uh, less invasive as possible. The regional parks is another topic, but in national parks, it's totally and completely mandatory to share infrastructure. That's what we have to do because important thing is to respect the ecologic side of biodiversity and landscape. But it's a slow process where we try to gather efforts with other organizations in an international level that support and to respect. If you respect it, okay, but if you don't want it, all right. But at the end of the day, they have community meetings and directly request infrastructure. So and then obstacles, we mitigate obstacles considerably. But I think that we have move on to the next panel because we are gonna have another panel on this topic. So we're gonna finish off. See you later.
O coffee break vai ser bem breve.
We're gonna have a very quick coffee break, and then we have the lunch of 1 hour 15. So we don't need a long coffee break, just 15 minutes. Thank you. Until 2015. 12:15. 12:15.
I think I have a question for you. In the order speak will have Lucas speak first. Thanks, we'll have a good presentation. I look forward to it. I think it's going to be, yeah. It was a very interesting topic. I'll go say hi to Jefferson. La presentación, como tengo dos slides nada más. Sí, dos slides, voy a hablar 5 minutos. Perfecto, sí. Entonces, si lo tiene allá o... No, ahora lo traigo. Ahora lo traigo. Sí. Ajá. Acabó. ¿Ya vamos más en tiempo? Lucas.
Como se fala em português? Eu vou lá. Tá bom, então vamos avisar a próxima conferência.
Eu falei com o Márcio Iório agora, que ele estava... Que assim, a gente é um time, entendeu? Ele estava na Finatec dentro da UNB lá, que é o nosso órgão, nossa fundação que cuida de fomento, para montar aquele evento no segundo semestre. Quer ver se é uma coisa mais ampla para trazer o pessoal da FGV, o pessoal da UFMG, junto com o pessoal da Federal de Santa Maria, para a gente fazer um evento assim, tentar trazer todo mundo que está discutindo a internet no Brasil, academicamente, para uma coisa super chata.
É isso, né?
Aí a gente está
Vocês sabem que ele
mobilizando,
gosta de aberto.
a gente está mobilizando, tentando ver assim, um budget assim, de 200 mil reais para fazer um negócio assim, legal.
Mas eu estou super aberto, sempre disponível. Eu
Fechou.
adoro. Inclusive a gente pode organizar um jantar no Piauí.
Sim, gostou, né? É bom, né?
Tchau, professor.
Vou dar aula. Tá falando com as minhas amigas, se quiser, eu vou ver se eu assim, ouvindo só debates interessantes. Debates autonomia internacionais. Para mim, ser um peão acadêmico.
Beijo, boa viagem.
Tchau, tchau. Eu vou levar mais uns 5 para distribuir presente, tá?
Claro, claro.
Faço uma demagogia super universal.
Mas a minha sempre é boa.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our next session, although delayed, but it is well worth the wait. My name is Stanley Shanapinda, and I'll be moderating this session this afternoon. I'll just give you 3 seconds to settle in so we can start. Okay. Our next session is on network neutrality and zero rating models. Now, there are 2 main events that happened this past 2 weeks. And one of them is about the FCC abandoning its zero rating abuse investigation, as you would have picked up. And the second one, more locally, is that Chim has reintroduced zero rating by offering WhatsApp and increased the data cap there. So there's a lot to talk about, and there's never a dull moment when we look at this issue. Now, on stage, I have a panel of 4 experts that will discuss and debate these issues, and you will join in a little while as well. First, I have Luca Belli, sitting on my far right, a lawyer, senior researcher at the Center of Technology and Society. He's very familiar to you all, and he'll kick off things for us. Next to me, I have Flavia Lefevre. My apologies. Lefevre, I'm still working on my Portuguese. She's a lawyer, very familiar to all of you as well, for Protesta, Consumers Association, and also a member of the Internet Steering Committee in Brazil. I have on my left Ivan Sanchez from Colombia, the country manager of Ufinet. One of the things that we have in common is that we both have a regulatory background as well. And then on my far left, I have Jefferson Nassif, who I've had the pleasure of meeting at the ITU a few years back in my previous capacity, who is the head of the International Affairs Office at the National Telecommunications Agency, ANATEL. Let's just welcome our guest this afternoon, rather. To start off with his introductory remarks, Luca, you've got the floor.
Thank you, Stanley. I will keep on in Portuguese so that, although the text is in English, to confuse the translator, I will speak in Portuguese and have a text in English. Então, a apresentação de hoje é sobre neutralidade, zero rating.
Neutrality, zero rating, meaning app sponsorship, what I call internet minitalization. What is Minitel? Not everyone knows what is meant by that. Who knows what is meant by Minitel? I said there's a French person here, but it's something that is typically known by the French back in the 90s. It is a network. It came before internet. It preceded internet, and it is an internet competitor. But it's completely different because it was a closed network where the carrier could predefine its purpose by predefining the apps that could be used by the users, and it should be previously approved by the telecom regulator agency. So it was a very closed agency, very different from the internet. As highlighted before, yesterday, the internet critical characteristics is that it means a general purpose network. The end user chooses its purpose. It's open, decentralized, and interoperable. So the general purpose network means that the user can choose how to use the internet. The carrier predefines the purpose, and the user will independently choose how to use the internet. In this regard, unlike the system, the user of another system, he's not just a consumer. He's not only receiving content. It's what we call prosumers, meaning at the same moment he's a consumer and a producer, a potential producer of services and innovation. So they can develop an active role on the internet and directly contribute to the evolution of a generative network, one that is defined by the contributions, by non-filtered contributions of its users. Then we move on to the debate on net neutrality, what is meant by that. Basically, it is written without discrimination. There are many definitions, but it converges to this basic element. It is a non-discrimination of internet traffic. Internet traffic should be managed by carriers in a non-discriminatory way, regardless of the sender, of recipient, or the type of content or application, or also on the device that is used to send and receive traffic. That's the objective of the neutrality, is to make sure that carriers that are vertically integrated with application providers would be attempted to discriminate and block or degrade competitors' traffic, or to prioritize, or to engage into a favorable treatment for their economic partners. Because they are very vertically integrated in this model. So the goal, the purpose of the neutrality, the main purpose is to preserve the network, the general aspect of internet as a general. So the user is the sole person that defines its purpose. Some people over the last few years said that the net neutrality is a solution in search of a problem. Not really, but if we consider what happened over the last few years, there are many examples, many examples, but some of them are particularly interesting. Even in the FCC back in 2008, there's a decision. One of the main carriers in America was degrading peer-to-peer traffic because there was a competition with the video-on-demand service that was directly integrated by Comcast. In Europe, back in 2012, there was a report from the OBELEC, which is the one of the electronic telecom agencies in Europe. It was a very strict regulatory saying that 25% of all European users were victims of discriminatory practices, and in the mobile internet, it was a percentage of 36%. All of those discriminatory treatments were included in the agreements that users signed. So they could define the type of traffic, and it was transparently degraded.
So that's why more than 40 nations across the world, they have a regulatory framework about the neutrality of the net. The European Union has adopted 2120 in 2015, and also last year the Internet Legal Framework also contains this base of protection that is very important, the protection of the network in Brazil, and also in the United States. The FCC, as Stanley highlighted, the situation could change. So let's move on to the next step of this neutrality network history, that is the advent of the zero rating. It's not, in fact, a technical discrimination, but a price discrimination, the zero rating. That is, some applications, the data consumptions related to some applications is not included in their monthly rates. And there are several kinds of zero rating. It's important to know the difference between them, and you're able to see that in this report that was here, but you can see other copies there as well. But there are several different applications that use zero ratings. Depends on the sponsor and in what is sponsored as well. It could be the carrier that is funding this specific application, that is or maybe this application is paying for this preferable access to the end users, and it could be also an entity that will fund a platform with several different applications. We have the example of Facebook Free Bases, and also there could be an entity that sponsors a platform that the user can use, and with this quantity of data that the user can use however they want, like Mozilla, and also public service that are sponsored. So the goals of the panels, the models that I have just highlighted, is to guide and to orient the attention and awareness of these users regarding this kind of services. So in the case that the app is integrated, of course, you will have access to these apps for free, and this is very interesting for the end users. But in the short term, it also has an advantage because you have a free service. And the goal for the carrier is to seduce the end user, the new users, with free services or services that are for sale for preferable end users. In the case the carrier will enable this application to sponsor this app. So the first problem that we will have with this app sponsoring is that it's based in the definition of limited franchise, limited services. So when the consumer has this interest of having this app, and if you didn't have it, if you have this limited access to data, you wouldn't need this free app because you could choose whatever application you wanted because you have a lot of data to access. So the goal is to have this limited internet rendering. So otherwise, we wouldn't need zero rating. And the other problem is that the types of applications, the dominant applications, they have the bargain power to negotiate the inclusion in the plans, or they are important enough to be sponsored by the carrier. So the problem in this sense is that this is sponsoring of application will perpetuate their domain in the market. And the third problem is that in the case of an institution that is sponsoring a platform with several different applications, according to some criteria, the problem is that this institution is now this new gatekeeper. They can predefine how you're going to use the internet. So the super problem, that is the when you add all these problems, this price discrimination will reach the same goal of technical discrimination. So you define who is going to use this internet. Those who have started using the internet since its beginning, they can become simply a simple user of services and products. So if in the short term you have this advantage that is free service, but in the long run, this economical system of the internet will be radically changed because the users won't produce innovation. They will become only receivers of predefined services. So the questions of public policies that we are going to debate over the week are we obliged to use zero rate? Is this the unique strategy that we can conceive as something that is feasible, or are there more sustainable options? Of course, we have more sustainable options, and the debate about connectivity, sustainable connectivity, and communitary connectivity will go in these directions. What are the options not to depend on zero rating? All this information you may find in these two books, and I'm going to tweet the link of the PDF, so you are able to download it for free. These are results from surveys of the last years, and you may share that however you want. Thank you.
A great introduction there. Flavia, I think you have quite a mouthful to contribute to that. Quite a few interesting consumer-related issues that did come out there. What do you say?
Bom, bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to congratulate Luca and the other organizers of this very important event. And I would like to thank this for the opportunity to come here to repeat what I keep repeating all the time. In order to deal with the zero rating effects and the sponsored access, I'd like to consider especially the situation of the developing countries that don't have sufficient infrastructure of telecommunications that provide internet services. And why is that? Because generally in these countries, there you can find services with very limited number of data, and these are services that will go from 200 megabytes per month to 1 gigabyte per month. And we know that with 1 gigabyte, we are not even able to watch a movie. And considering that we have our legislation here, we have to consider this reality. And that's what I'm going to talk about. In the case of Brazil, it's undeniable that the public power is neglecting their duty to develop and deploy public policies to promote the universalization of infrastructure, despite the tax contributions of the citizens with is 2.5 billions. And this is very important in terms of investments. But the account course, the federal account course, has done this research, and they're showing that from 2002 to 2015, 79% of these funds were used in unknown uses. They are not able to identify with what it was spent, and only 1% was spent in universalization. So based on this data, I can affirm that the public power neglected their power to include digitally the citizens. So in Brazil, it's not only the telecommunication infrastructure that should be universal, like it's expressed in the Article 21 and Article 71. With the introduction of the Brazilian Internet Bill of Rights, it specifies that the services, for you to consider that something is universal, it's not only the structure that should be available, because the new legal framework established that the service to internet connection should be accessible to all. And it's the 7th article, they said that the internet connection is essential for being a citizen. So according to the 9th article of our constitution that is talking about essential services, we have to have a series of guarantees, and under this perspective we have to consider what is going on with the service that are associated with zero rating. And I wanted to show you data from SSIG surveys. SSIG is a body from the Brazilian Steering Committee of the Internet in Brazil, and they survey fundamental data for the policymakers. And in order to understand about zero rating, I want to share some information. The proportion of households that have access to internet, both mobile and landline, is 97%. These are data from 2015. It's 97% of class A, B 92, C class 52, and only 16 for D and E. And another data that we have to interpret is the proportion of individuals. We are talking about people and not households. Class A, 95%, 82% in Class B, 57% in Class C, and 28% in Class D and E. So these people, we also have their data that in Class D and A, 66% of the citizens that they only are able to access the internet using mobile devices. They don't have fixed access. In the Class C, 44%, and Class B, 19%. And the last piece of information that I have here is that in Class A, you have 39% people who is hiring limited data and zero rating, and in the Class B, 55% of these prepaid plans, and C, 81%, and D and E, 82%. So these people only have the prepaid plan, so they access zero rating. So there are tens and thousands of Brazilians who only access internet in a restricted way, and that's why that the government has has presented to CADE, who is regulating competition, we have noticed that 100% of the providers are practicing zero rating. So approximately 253.3 millions of contracts, which correspond to 98.5% of the users of mobile phones. They are users that will have privilege to some applications, like the plans that were known as zero rating. So this was a confidential process, but now it's open for consult, and you may find it at favre.com.br. You may find the number of the process, and you see manifestations from Anatel. And I'm not surprised, because Anatel says that zero rating is fantastic for the consumer because it aggregates value to the network. It it enables gains for the users. So that's how Anatel understands that. And Abranet, which is an association of small providers, they have a different opinion. They understand that the zero rating, the way it's being worked, it harms the network, it harms competition, and the protest, which is the association to which I'm a member, and we have thousands of consumers associated. It has manifested, in our opinion, is that it impairs the network, and that's why we have this civil action, civil against this kind of practice.
Having said that, it's important to analyze the zero rating matter in this regard. Franchise plans um, with zero rating, would the Internet Bill of Rights forbid that? Does the Internet Bill of Rights forbid this business practice? Does it break neutrality? Does it have any negative effects towards innovation? Does it have impacts on social, political, and cultural development? And this is our reply. Franchise plans, in our understanding, are not forbidden. They would not really harm consumers. In America, for example, a basic mobile internet access plan has a franchise of 5 to 10 gigs. Here in Brazil, as I said, it ranges from 200 megs to 1 gig. In other countries, Comcast basic levels are 3 gigs a month, and here they want to implement fixed broadband mobile access franchise. We'll be able to um, convince companies to do otherwise. Franchise plans are not forbidden, but while franchise is valid, we consider there is no disrespect to neutrality because of the uh, data traffic, data transit on the network would be made in an equality manner. If it's not discounted from your charge, while they are going and coming back through the network, they have the same treatment. But when this is invoiced, it is not deducted from the volume you contracted. But Internet Bill of Rights was enacted here in Brazil last year, and Article 10 of the Internet Bill um, of the executive order that regulated the Internet Bill of Rights, commercial offers and Internet access collection models, charge models, should preserve a plural, diverse, neutral Internet in order to promote uh, cultural and human aspects, looking at an inclusive and non-discriminatory society. Meaning that our question is, because of the writing, the wording of this executive order, we should have to analyze if charging the internet breaks in neutrality, charging for the internet breaks into neutrality. Internet Bill of Rights was a conqueror of society, of the Brazilian society, as well as the executive order to which the Brazilian Managing Committee has greatly contributed. Then we move on to the second step, which is interpreting um, per uh, the purpose of the law while preserving economic objectives. After that, precluding access to everything that is available on the internet and allowing access to a certain number of of applications, in our opinion, is a clear disrespect to network neutrality, because there are uh, two things that the Internet Bill of Rights forbids. First of which, blockage, because then you will not be able to access applications, and then um, there are a number of impacts on small and medium enterprises, because an association of three large ISPs, Vivo, Claro, and Oi, that take over 70% of the Brazilian market, along with Facebook, WhatsApp, and Twitter. Um, this preclusion is a barrier against startups. This has harmful effects for cultural development as well. Nowadays, over 40% of news read on the internet are accessed through Facebook, which contracts the instant articles product with media agencies. They don't bring it's a summary of the news that Facebook does. You read the Facebook clipping. So Facebook accesses Facebook rather than the news website, and then the user will be able to read everything. Would not be able to read everything or share if you block applications. This harms the right to information all over the planet, especially in developing areas. An important article by a professor from Colombia. I got the link to this article in my blog. It brings important reflections. To say, quote, social networks have not only swallowed not only journalism, they swallowed political campaigns, banking system, personal histories, leisure industry, retail, even government and security. Mobile phone is now a portal to the world. It brings a lot of opportunities and existential risks. And another data shows, this information that's been said here before, this phenomenon, this zero rating phenomenon associated with the market power of these big companies, these big application companies, make people confuse Facebook with the internet. In Nigeria, people think that 65% of respondents, in Indonesia 61%, in India 58%, in Brazil 55%, in America 5% of the people think that Facebook is internet. So of course that when European Union regulated neutrality, they considered the negative effects of zero rating, much like Chile, Holland, and other countries. This has potentialized the negative effects of social networks and made possible access to other public services. Free internet is to be preserved. Democratic internet is to be preserved, aiming at economic, social, and cultural development. That's a perspective that regulating organs should have, because it has not only technical implications, because network neutrality is not a legal institute targeting technical matters, but rather it guarantees network equality, democracy, and fundamental rights such as freedom of speech, including others. That's the message I'd like to give you, and thank you all for your attention. Muito obrigado.
the potential benefit to consumers and users like yourselves. On the other side, you've got the anti-competitive effects to balance out. But let's hear from a Colombian perspective. Ivan, the floor is yours.
Eu tenho uma apresentação. I have a presentation. Perfect. The topic I want to talk about, I think probably after Flavia's explanation, it's not going to be that attractive. It's not going to sound like pro-consumer, but this is the Colombian regulation in terms of the internet economic benefit. When we talk about neutrality, we talk about access to, and then we delete borders. When we talk about neutrality, we're talking about user right, the user for them to receive information with no filter whatsoever. So there's no censorship or intervention in content. That's the main principle that should be applied globally. However, there are arguments for and arguments against neutrality. The ones who are for neutrality say there's no type of intervention in information that circulates the internet. It's got to be transparent without mechanisms to discriminate, to discriminate contents or packs, and that there should be a legislation to protect that. And those who are against, they say it violates ISP's rights. It's a very capitalist standpoint. If I own the network, I have the right to control what circulates in it. So what about business models? The network is going to support all kinds of contents for the users. It's going to be very difficult to size the network. How can you guarantee that that all internet resources are going to be monetized? If you distribute internet access, you foster innovation. One is equal broadband access for all, both fixed and mobile. The difference is that the government is going to finance the development of such networks. There isn't going to be a single entity like it thinks about a business model that fosters this development. Back in 2011, we were one of the first Latin American countries that works on neutrality. Back in 2011, we have an act that is in the National Development Plan from President Santos. It sets out that it's an obligation of the ISPs to keep network neutrality, and it sets out a 6-month term for network neutrality in Colombia. It is in charge of the regulation committee, and as a result, there's Rule 3502 of 2011. This rule is based in 4 principles. The first one is free choice of content. The free choice the users have the right to on contents, applications, and services. It sets out that there should be no influence from the operator in this process of choice made by the user. We're going to see ahead, but there's ways to control traffic, but not to intervene on the type of content. Non-discrimination, meaning equal treatment to content, application, and services. Transparency is allowed with traffic management, but also traffic management should be formed by the user previously. And ISPs should be accountable for information in terms of service rendering. This was due to a particular case in Colombia. We've already talked about limited internet, and then when you reach 2 or 3 gigs, it would be downgraded to 198 kilobytes because they had to limit the network, but they were not. But no users were told of that. So we need to improve this question of user information. What is traffic management? It's going to allow within the regulation to reduce the omission of network conditions to guarantee its security, its integrity, and user service quality, so you can manage the information and different levels of quality for different internet users. This has to do with user behavior. So not all users are going to require the same type of information or surfing capacity because they have different profiles. And lastly, there should be services and capacities chosen by the user. When we talk about providing services per user choice, we're talking about types of contents and not applications in specific. In particular, if the user has the permission to access a social network, they should be able to access all of them, and not only those that can sponsor this internet surfing. Rules for commercial offers. There is a possibility of limited offers. If people don't require, if they don't need to download videos, they can buy apps where videos are downloaded, so there can be lower fees and lower surfing capabilities. With any of the determined profiles and commercial offers provided, conditions should be informed, and there should always be a mandatory compliance clause for full access with no restriction whatsoever for users that want so.
So what is allowed in Colombia? It is allowed that the applications are neutral and non-discriminatory when you talk about traffic and content. It's not filtered according to the content, but according to the information that is circulating. So in terms of services, what we prioritize is the quality of the services. And also the experiences of these several different services is not diminished to the end users. They could access it, but they shouldn't have any limitations in the operations. So this is the general part of this neutrality regulation in Colombia. What was the first experience we had as users? In 2011, when this regulation was established, we couldn't use Skype through mobile phones because the mobile providers didn't want us to access voice using apps. So they had, after this regulation, the Skype application became available for all providers, and we have complicated situations in Colombia that are common here in Brazil as well. We have this government communications in the technology and Ministry of Technology answering to the Ministry of Transportation, and they are requesting the technological ministry is asking the transport ministry is asking about this Uber regulation, and the Ministry of Transport is saying that they are not going to block the Uber because it would breach the net neutrality. And in the following week, we have seen different news saying that applications were blocked by the government because they were suspended because they couldn't comply to the tax demands. So this net neutrality is depends on law interpretation. So the only restriction that we had according to the internet was child pornography. But and also Colombia has signed this agreement because we agreed to fight child pornography, but as the technology advanced, the political decisions could come to the point where they could breach the freedom of speech or generate barriers that would prevent development. Maybe we are generating censorship, and when we speak about this democratic legislation, this is great, but whoever is breaching the law should be controlled. But when we have no barriers and if we don't know if the censorship is correct or not, we are violating the principles. And I like to mention as well, when I speak about neutrality, I want to understand how neutral this is, because I was making this search on the internet and I have seen five paid ads before my results. Is it neutrality or is it in conflict with neutrality? So the neutrality is coming to the providers who handle net services, and also but us as users, we are not doing enough. Thank you very much.
That also adds to the whole equation and the whole debate. Traffic management and the right of operators to manage their traffic in order to provide a good quality of service for the end user, of course. But the people that are tasked with handling these issues and balancing it all out and making sure that we have clear rules, and as you say, Flavia, that must step in and make those policy calls are the regulators. Jefferson, your opportunity to respond.
Bom dia a todos, muito obrigado à FGV e ao Luca Belli pela oportunidade.
So this is a very interesting topic, and it's a topic that our agency and several different agencies in Anatel is studying about. Although some of our decisions have been made according to this topic, but we still have a lot of debate even inside the agency. So I'll try to be brief. I don't have this PowerPoint presentation. I'll just read. I could analyze this topic in this history of the topic while I was in the flight. So I won't speak about the net neutrality because it would be an open topic for this session, but I'll try to talk about specific topics on zero rating and about the perspective of the telecommunication regulator that due to this complaint that came to the competition regulator, CADE. So we, the agency of telecommunication, we had to send our opinion about net neutrality and breach of this neutrality. So this is my goal. I don't know if I'll be able to fulfill it, but I will also comment on what my peers have spoken in this table. For regulators in general, when we speak about telecommunications, I think it's not exaggerated to say that the people who are related to net neutrality are sometimes a nightmare. And it's a nightmare because any matter related to telecommunications can become a net neutrality matter as well. Let's imagine this case of applications, for instance. For instance, carriers such as iOS and Android operating system. You could say that you don't have a good connection or enough speed, and this would be a breach of neutrality. Also, the search engines, they could also be related to net neutrality. What search neutrality, as we call it. And also, we had neutralities involving the applications itself, how you manage them, how you render access to the most well-known stores, such as Google Play and Apple Store. And also, we have content-related subjects that are also in this matter of neutrality. What could be written in the platforms or not. How could we access that in a free way? So when we are talking about internet, it's very difficult to say that there is this pure neutrality. That's not the way it was developed, and it's not a managed telecommunication device. And only this kind of management provides the access to that. And we have this interesting topic that is related to net neutrality and zero rating, is the public interest and the value that we give to this network. What is the value that the users give to this network? So this way, the free access to some services on the web, would they be more valuable than the potential risk from competition? This is the question that we should ask, and it's related to the public interest and value. Is zero rating really leading competition? What are the evidence for that, and how to deal with that? And another thing that we should observe, considering net neutrality, is that in this commercial phenomena among companies, we call this competition. And it's competition and also cooperation at the same time, because you know that the content providers, they need the telecommunication provider to transmit their contents, and obviously the telecommunication providers, they need these contents to have the user interest and expand their networks and earn money with that. So speaking about zero rating, I think it was very interesting that we use this name, these names that Luca Belli has told us and also in Anatel works, we identify these different zero weight forms. We have this zero rating by choice of the provider. We have zero rating for emergency services. We have sponsored data. We have data management. We have data as a reward, and we have directed publicity, and also corporate data. So in recent studies, we have noticed that this is a multiple market. So we understand that the zero rating expand the uses, and also the number of users of free content, and also the traffic of content and it would also increase the penetration of the broadband. And there as well evidence that it reduces the average cost for accessing the contents, and it also generates this favorable prices for the consumers because there's this agreement with content providers and telecommunication contents, and the first they are willing to increase their network, and the others they want to expand the access to their content. So in this internet market, there's this demand curve and offer for mobile services, and their absence of barrier to entry in several applications. And we understand that there are several message applications, for instance, music applications as well. And there's strong evidence among incompatibility of applications. So sometimes we can find competitors' applications that, and we also had this example that sometimes we had legal trials suspending WhatsApp services. And we also have market share matters depending on the application, and this in the open market. So in the studies that we have carried out, it was important to have this bibliographic research, and we also have researched the market and the regulators across the world, how they stand in the face of net neutrality. And also academic research, we have seen that there's a lot of differences in this problem, and I'd like to cite Aidan childhood that is called Zero Rating and Consumer Competition. It's a new work and is a very interesting work, but to sum up his work, he says that some sum up zero rating as a competitive competition of price, opposed to those who want this practice to be banned because it breaches neutrality. So he highlights some countries such as Netherlands, Chile, and Slovenia who had forbidden zero rating. And they have very strict measures according to net neutrality. But these decisions has had some problems. They were not uniform. The efforts to make it clear have created more confusion in the market, and sometimes the provider had to, and the regulator had to give up their regulations, because sometimes zero rating was applied for Wikipedia and not for other applications.
While studying zero rating, we couldn't find any evidence for the three countries that I mentioned. This is a conclusion from the researchers that I mentioned regarding the carriers that apply zero rating on their own contents and close other contents, block other contents. There's been no evidence whatsoever in this regard. Studies highlight the lack of network neutrality policies, showing that each country is different. Each country has different regulations. Other studies show that those who applied zero rating lost market share, and they were significant in terms of market. This is particularly interesting in Brazil, because here, although carriers have applied zero rating for 3 or 4 years, we haven't seen any difference in market share due to offering such zero rating packages with certain apps. To finish off, I consider that zero rating matter is controversial, and our agency and other government bodies have been studying the theme. And by analyzing these trends, we can have two regulatory measures to address zero rating. To treat zero rating as a short-term exception of network neutrality, make sure that any action is non-exclusive by submitting contracts to fair conditions, reasonable, non-discriminatory conditions, guarantee network management transparency, as said my Colombian friend, with required quality and security service levels, and also management for consumers. Before finishing off, I'd like to mention a matter regarding franchise that was said before. The thing is, in Brazil, some offers, both in mobile and landline and fixed internet franchises, actually started from very low prices with very low franchises, 200 megs, as she said. But nowadays, mobile offers surpass 30 gigs, and in fixed franchises, we have 300 gigs and also unlimited franchise. Not all carriers offer that, and it's not really clear, very clear for all users. But I agree with her that when she says that we are still far from other carriers in the world, especially from the U.S. and Europe, and have a lot higher quality in broadband franchises. Well, that's all. Thank you. Muito obrigado.
We've got a little time, so there will be a few questions from you, and I think we'll start off right with that. Given the following statistic, I mean, most of the speakers mentioned users, and just an interesting stat adding to what you've already said, Flavia, is that over 90 million Facebook users are in Brazil by May 2016. As far as WhatsApp is concerned, it's roughly 93 million. That was in 2015. You can just imagine what it is now. And it's the most downloaded app so far. So maybe some of you have some of those figures. And those stats won't be too off from the countries where you guys are coming from. So let's go to the users and see what they have to say. The gentleman over there. We'll take 4 questions right away, straight, and then we'll get back to the panel and then conclude.
Olá, meu nome é Luan, eu sou do Youth Observatory.
Hello, my name is Luan. I have a question to Flavia. I have some questions on network neutrality, especially because of the executive order. It was enacted, and even so, there isn't a zero rating enforcement, zero rating practices enforcement. And also guidelines established by the management committee. How can a social society charge this enforcement, require this enforcement, and the fulfilling of the directives?
3 more questions. Four, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I have 2 questions. First is a question to Ivan, and the second is for all the table. I'm going to be very straightforward. First question to Ivan. Ivan, I have a feeling in terms of package charges. I think this practice makes packages more expensive in Brazil. How is this done in Colombia? And the second one is the reviewing capacities that users have to verify in an easy manner the non-discrimination of the network in the matters that I talked about. Hi, I'm Poliana. I'm also from the Network Observatory. My point is about the monopoly, the 3 to 4 providers. When we start talking about LTE and 5G, it's going to happen in Brazil very soon. It's going to open space. It's going to make room for more competition. More competitors are going to take part in the fight against the monsters that we have today. But LT has a large discussion on the network neutrality. There's the prioritization of packages matter. We talk about QoS, about innovation, market. But are there any other aspects that are being broken, violated? E o último senhor? Oi. Latin American and Caribbean moderators. I'm from the technical part. I don't have a question. I have a comment to make. I'm quite interested in the app block matter. Taking into account the internet knows no geographic boundaries. And over the last few years, we've had a lot of requests from judges and politicians in general requesting app blockages and in places that impacted other countries. They cut off services in famous service. They banned WhatsApp in Brazil. This impacted a great deal in Latin America. Maybe it's a bad implementation, poor implementation, practice. We'll have to consider that everything goes to the cloud, and we don't know where apps are. Technically, it's very hard to block an app. If the service can be easily broken, it doesn't comply with basic operation rules. And especially, I'd like to ask the cooperation of you guys, from you guys, so we can help everyone to make good decisions. So this doesn't happen again. So that this type of thing is not possible again. And this should not impact other regions and countries. Another very curious case from 2008 where they tried to block the whole YouTube website. And there was and it sequestered URL traffic from Africa to impact a certain region. So I'd like to ask everyone to cooperate in terms of fighting for good political decision. And this doesn't.
And give you a chance to respond to all of those. And in that same vein, also give your concluding remarks, unfortunately, due to the time constraints that we have.
Então, eu acho que queria focar mais.
Os limites de tempo que nós temos. I'd like to focus on what Flavia said about the monopoly that was made by one of the participants. Fortunately, at least here in Brazil and the states where an Internet Bill of Rights was adopted, neutrality is a principle. It is in the law wording. So neutrality is there. It exists. Although it doesn't explicitly talk about neutrality, that is no longer valid, it's going to be, legally speaking, data handling should be non-discriminatory. A comment I'd like to make regarding zero rating is that regarding the 4 apps that are sponsored in Brazil, 2 of them, two social networks and a music app and a microblogging app, actually the main role of these apps is to send messages. I mean, sponsoring zero rating for example, WhatsApp, just to send messages is to remedy a failure of the high costs of messages. When I lived in France before living here, messages to other carriers were free because the cost of messages is 0. It's near 0. So the only reason why WhatsApp is sponsored is so that users can send messages for free, but they're supposed to be free. But to remedy a failure, a systemic failure, the very high message cost, despite reducing the message cost or making it free, there's another failure, which is sponsorship of an app. By the way, not of an app, but an app. There's not the real app itself, because it also makes calls, but part of it, just the messages. I believe that here in Brazil and in other places, all those matters would be much clearer if we had political view. What was happening in the United States administration, we can agree with it or not, but it's a specific political view. Neutrality is protected, there were protected rights, and the view is to carry on in this regard. Right now, maybe the view is not very clear, but it's not only the place where it's not the only place where the view is not really clear. So I think debates such as this one is try to discuss. We should charge the government from authorities and the group that we think is more fair.
Doing that. We know that in the US, they just drop that decision, say, we're not going to, there's nothing to investigate, there's nothing to see here, it's for the benefit of the consumers. The consumers are asking, when does the regulator step up to the plate?
Bom,
Decisão. I'd like to highlight regarding Luan's question that the Internet Bill of Rights, when it assigns all these matters, all these universality of access, there's a lot of obligations. It assigns a lot of obligations to public bodies, and it says clearly that Internet governance. And I'm talking about telecom. It's very easy to confuse this big internet operational companies are always dealers of internet. But we know that the Brazilian Internet Management Committee should tackle that. And the executive order has it provisions enforcement. Anatel has a role within the telecom scope because it handles telecoms and internet connection. In our understanding, it's an additional value as said in rule number 4 from the Ministry of Communication. And providers that contract network capacity from landline providers, they're considered by the Telecom Act, they're considered consumers of services of landline carriers. So we're going to be tackling this scope, the relationship between telecom network operators and the relationship they have with ISPs. The National Secretariat of Consumers Protection is going to tackle specific matters considering zero rating. I'm going to give you an example. We cannot guarantee that your data is not being consumed for something that you have no control over. For example, publicity, spam. So, according to the Brazilian Telecom Trade Union, 35% of the band is consumed with publicity, with ads that you can't stop. I'm talking about controlling how the contract between the user and carrier is developed. And then there's a role for the economic protection control agency. For example, we have an investigation going on due to a public prosecution office initiative. We should work on specific guidelines made by the Brazilian Management Internet Committee.
So we have this work group to define and survey all this responsibility that had been attributed to this, including security issues that we have sent to CGI and also neutrality parameters. And we are trying to shape this this document and the role of society is not only to protect the consumer, because when we speak about internet, we are speaking according to the internet legal framework. We are talking about to this tool to citizenship. So we're speaking about citizens, something much bigger. So we have to build that, and it won't be easy because it's not clear in our legislation. Of course, we wanted the legislation to be very clear, and they could say the agency should go up until this place, and then the competition agency should work in this other area. But of course, it's not like that, and society should questionate CGI, Anatel, all the bodies, and participate in this public consultations that had been deployed. And also I wanted to make this observation on what Poliana has said, but I want to observe that this bill that went from the lower house to the Senate, that it's a security mandate that was approved by the senators, and we have the Rodrigo Janot saying that it breaches security. So if the bill passes, the situation of concentration will increase, and this will also entail problems like those that we have noticed in the public prosecution office, and this could be concentrated in those providers that will become also the authorizers of the services. And this public regime that we had been spoken in the previous table for telecommunication, this is a key aspect to answer your question. And I want to tell you that in my blog we have this complaint against PLC with several entities, and we are questioning the legality and the harmful effects of this bill that we hope won't pass. Muito obrigado.
Packages are increasing, but we're being told by those that are defending some of the packages that it's for the user benefit and they're getting more access, more content. So how is it being handled in Colombia?
Bueno, afortunadamente las políticas de, digamos, de
the policies to structure all these internet packages of the net neutrality in Colombia was a practice that was established by the providers themselves. So after the regulation, we had improvements in this filter and also in the clarity of the management policies of traffics, and it didn't impact in the costs of navigation. So for the end user, there was no impact in prices. And what happened, because the users, we don't have this ability to identify if the filter policies are correct. So the providers had to present their filter and traffic policies for our telecommunication ministry, so that this administration of surveillance and control could apply the policies, because it's very difficult for the end user to understand what is being done. So in order to conclude, I'd like to say that this neutrality issue has to be overseen daily, because there are always risks that could breach these neutrality principles, and it purposes economical matters, social matters, and it will bring this polarity in contents. And I would like you to explain your question better. I don't know if I understood it, so that I can answer it properly. And according to Luan's question, first yours, and then Poliana can correct her or clarify her question, because I didn't understand about this 4G expansion and so on, and what's the relationship with this to competition, and how could it harm competition. But I understand your question, Luana, and I'll try to answer. This decree that is regulating was a consequence of 3 public consults with the Justice Committee and the GCI, and we wanted to clarify what was net neutrality and zero rating. I believe that I personally believe that the zero rating had given some space for the providers to understand and work in their offers case by case. So we have to understand what are the offers and the impacts of these offers to the market from the standpoint of the consumer and from the standpoint of the markets, if it's harming the markets or not. On the other hand, this decree provides something that is interesting, because they are excluding the specialized services, because it's difficult to analyze and understand and their effects, and so under some aspects it was very useful, but nevertheless we have some matters to solve, issues to solve, and they will be solved step by step and case by case with the competitors agency and also at Anatel. But what we ask ourselves is if the access to the applications that are inside the zero rating packages after the end of franchise, what does happen? This is an important matter that we should discuss and analyze, but this could configure discrimination or an offer that could breach the net neutrality. And also, Poliana, if you could repeat your question.
We've mentioned quality of service, innovation, that we've identified as issues that may be negatively impacted by network neutrality and zero rating. Are there other issues that we may be missing? What else may be violated?
Sorry. What is the relationship with the expansion of 4G networks and 5G networks with what you just mentioned? What we have observed in our agency is that although a great deal of the users are inside these 4 great providers, and there's this market that is growing a lot, is the providers market. It's growing 20%, and the tools that Anatel has been implementing is to foster competition and foster the use of better networks, faster for the users, and this is happening. And this tool that I'm mentioning is the national system of offers that was guaranteed by our goals in the agency, and it has made sure that the providers could work in a non-discriminatory and transparent way, differently from the past. So I understand that there's this trend of diversification in this market, and that the competition will bring better prices and better quality, and also with a great deal of participation in small providers, and they are not so small anymore. Com isso, eu gostaria de terminar o nosso
about wall gardens and the limited content and the filter bubble effect that all of this may have on you. And I think one of the things that we may agree on is that there may need to be more of a look and a study of the impacts on the user and the user's experience and how in their take-up and what impacts this may have, both positive or negative. With that, please help me thank our panel. And thank you for participating. And we'll see you at the next session after the lunch break.
Antes do almoço.
So before lunch, I would like to congratulate Adam because today is his birthday. Adrian, we have a video. I want to congratulate you all, especially Adrian. Happy birthday, Adrian. You're a great mate, a great colleague in life and work. I miss you very much, and I'm sure you're doing this extraordinary work. And it's kind of strange to participate in the school in a remote way, but what I'm saying is that you're doing this incredible work. The translation is wonderful, perfect. The panels are fantastic. Thank you to you all. I hope my mother will recover soon. We are in the middle of this recovering process, but I'm very optimistic. I think this will all end up well. Thank you all so much, and I greet you from Buenos Aires. Maybe we could sing happy birthday for Adrian.
Muitos anos de vida.
Thank you.
E a Lua também parabéns São Luar.